Evening all. I'm hurrying. Happy birthday, Velvet. Many happy returns. 21 again. Who'd have thought it? I trust we are all well. Right, what are we doing? Competition. We'll start off with a competition, and then we'll get cracking on some NPC stuff tonight, with the caveat that I'm not allowed to do anything that might break something else. We'll see whether we can stick to that rule. Right, so I need a spreadsheet. Hang on, bear with me a sec. Too many spreadsheets. Okay, I think I found it. Just making sure that all these are set correctly. Seem to be. Okay, so Claire, if you could please let me know when you are ready, then we shall begin. Yes, thank you, Firstest. We've been really hitting those bugs over the past few days, which is really good. Nice to get a few knocked off the queue. I think there was 123 remaining last I looked. Right then. So we're just giving away 3 keys tonight. That's all ready to go. That's all ready to go. Okay, good luck everyone. The first key is 1457. And that is Dr. Snuff. Congratulations, have a key. Waiting for Claire to give the all clear. Okay, and the next key goes to 4121. And that goes to Kerbal1. Great name. We all love a bit of Kerbal. And our final key goes to 7490. And that is Wolfman. Congratulations. Have a key. There we go. Just a quick one tonight. But Claire will get in touch. She'll ping you on Discord and we can get you into the dev build. Okay. So before we get rid of the browser, one of the things I've been doing since the last stream, I've just been updating the visuals on the website so that it's closer to the UNOS UI that we have in the game. So obviously we've tried to come up with this design language for all of the in-game UIs, and at least on the UN ships, the ship UI for everything. And I thought it'd be really nice if the website mirrored that same design language, so everything on here should be reasonably close to how it looks in game. I've used a different font on here, and I might start using this font in game as well, because it's just easier to read than the one we're using in the game at the moment. So I might just use this as the ground truth and make the in-game UI look more like this than the other way around. But yeah, so it's all it's been updated site-wide, and I love these kind of like in-universe like UI tags on there, which I think were quite nice. And of course the map has now been sorted out as well. I love how everyone's just beelining for Sag A. That's where all the cool kids are going. This was supposed to be updating automatically once per minute whilst you're at FTL, but it doesn't seem to be, so I need to have a look at that and figure out what's going on. But yeah, damn Delta, 216 systems. That is some dedication. And hopefully the backdating of the scan data should be working now. I think I saw it pop up by about 80 after the last build. So hopefully that is the true number of explored systems. Yeah, clearly. But yeah, it's nice to see. I'm looking forward to having literally thousands of ships all sort of going about their business in the galaxy, so we can see what everyone's up to. I love that we've gone from what was a very insular experience, and through the website we're kind of adding some of that MMO-ness that we didn't have. So yeah, I'm all for that. Yeah, it should. I told it to, but I don't think it is, so I'll have to go and have another look at that. It will update when you stop, but yeah, it should update every 60 seconds whilst you're at FTL, unless it already just updated manually. But we can dig into that and have a look. The other thing I did is I've got NPC feedback in the chat box. So if we ask this guy to give us the long range sensors, you'll see that he now says what he's doing in the chat box. I'm still toying with the idea of putting little chat bubbles above their heads. I think that could be quite nice as a toggleable thing if you want it. But yeah, I fixed the text not coming up on there. That's working again now. But if we actually, let's pick something nearby. You'll do. So if we tell the NPC to, I press the right button, and we tell the NPCs to explore that system specifically, you'll see that both the helm and the sensors will now be just kind of regurgitating what they're doing into the chat. At the moment, there's just a single game-wide chat channel, but I'll have it so that they'll have say and shout. So they've got different levels of distance for the text. So all the readouts that happen in the bridge, I'll put them into the say channel, so that if you're, say, outside of the bridge, you won't see any of their text or hear them. And of course that will also feed into the voice dialogue as well. So they'll print it to the chat log and say it out loud, which will be nice. It's just nice to have them like audibly doing some kind of feedback. If I cheat us over to that system, you'll see that as soon as we arrive, again, you've got the sensors NPC saying that they're running a survey, and then once they've completed that, they'll select a target, and then the helm will update the target, and you should see all of that displayed down here. Once they're done with their survey, yep, there we go. So they're selecting a target there, and then the helm should switch to that target once their current task is complete. Yep, there we go. And now we're heading to that target instead. So I want to make sure that the helm relays information such as distance and timing. So say we're 10 minutes from target, 5 minutes from target, 1 minute from target. I want the NPC to actually say those things so that there's a bit more feedback coming from the NPCs. And also with the sensors and doing scans and things, I want them to offer feedback such as object scanned, like 16 remaining, so that you can get that countdown, so you know how many planets are left to go, when they're exploring a star system. Just more and more feedback. The more they can regurgitate into the chat, the better, really. Just so that we can keep an eye on them, so that we know that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, and two, it's just that little bit of extra depth, really, to the game. Yes, Anasi. Absolutely, it will be. Yeah. So right now, if you're looking at the NPC like this, and you want them to zoom in and out, obviously you can't see it because they're behind you. So you need to kind of position yourself so that you can actually see the display, and then hold down E and click on them. And now, when you zoom in and out, then you can actually see it happening in real time. There is also a delay, obviously, because you're issuing the order, and then it doesn't happen instantly because it has to go through the 1 second tick, and we've got it set up so that it's kind of like human levels of delay. So you clicking zoom out shouldn't immediately affect the display because you're telling them to zoom out. So it's that, how long does it take for them to listen to you and then press the button physically. So it's never going to be instant. Whereas if we have a little floaty panel here, as part of the hologram, so when the display's off it won't be there, but there'll be little floaty hologram controls so that you can zoom and scroll and spin and do all the different things that you'd want to do on the display, without having to use the controls over here. But we'll leave the controls on here as well as, so that you can do it from here or here. But I think as captain, I would want to be able to just walk over here and mash the zoom button without having to constantly bug that guy to do it. So yes, there will be a control panel on there somewhere. Yeah, I think what's happening with it, Delta, is that because it raises it as a task, so on the orders thing here, obviously every time the logic determines that they're doing something, a task gets raised for them and lingers until the task is complete. Now, if we get them to say increase range, then that comes up as a secondary task. So we've now got that task on there, and as you can see, we're now zooming out because it's got confused over the fact that there was another task on there, and it's taking the current range and working out, have you zoomed out enough from the current range, and that's how it works out whether or not this has been completed successfully. But because it's got itself confused, it's never going to be completed successfully. So now it's just constantly trying to increase the sensor range, because the check that checks to see whether it has or not is still reporting false. And that's because there was already another order running and it's messed up the ranges. So zooming in and out is probably something we need to remove from here, simply because it doesn't really fit very well, and it's very clunky and it takes too long. So it's much better placed here as having actual controls. I mean, we could also put them on here. We do have our holo display, very, very work in progress, holo display UI. So we could always do some zoom and rotate controls on this for now, just to be able to add that functionality and then take it off of this guy. Yeah, because it's just because again, if you're turning to look at the NPC, you kind of want to see what they're doing when you ask them to do stuff. So having the range controls on there, it's just thematically just doesn't feel good. So I think, yeah, hand that directly over to the captain and that will be good. Right, so on that happy note, let's have a look at what we can do. I think the first thing we'll do is we'll start looking at how far we got when we were doing the NPC captain before. And we've already got a specific chair set up for it. And we started doing the command tick here. But we kind of want to do it as part of the event graph because we need to use delays and timers. So we don't want that running in its own function. Yes, Delta, I'll have a look. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, emergency command hologram. So one of the things we wanted to get done for the demo update was to have those 3 bridge rolls working where it was interchangeable between player or NPC. So if you want to just sit at the sensors console as a player in single player, then we need an NPC captain in order to do that. So yeah, that role does need to have a captain in it. It's going to be very simple because we already have the command done for exploring a star system. So all that NPC captain is going to do is just, I guess, parallel to that, it'll be calling those particular ship-wide orders. So we should be able to get this done quite quickly. Assuming I haven't overlooked anything, and we can never rule that out. So zoom in on the ship. Oh, I think I know what you mean, Delta. Yeah, I've only been in one location. So yes, so the bug you raised was the fact that it was showing a square on here, and that is a side effect of the size of the sectors on the map, and the fact that when we're drawing the breadcrumb trail on this map, we are doing it by way of sectors rather than individual light years, because the entire rendering of this map is all done with an individual sector as the unit of measurement. So you can see there that is how big a sector of space is. So each point of the breadcrumb trail is going to be in the center of a cube. So it's only ever going to be like that far apart for each grid point. So what the galactic map is showing is not an individual per light year breadcrumb trail, it's showing you a per sector breadcrumb trail. So it's showing you which sectors you've visited, basically. So yeah, so that represents 100 light years, that cube. Now it's possible we could decimalize it, and then have the breadcrumb trail work out whereabouts within that cube the point would be. So we could potentially do that, and then it would be more of a per light year breadcrumb trail. It wouldn't be perfectly accurate because of floating point errors, but it would be close enough, I would have thought. But yeah, we can see whether we can improve that. But yeah, I've always found this kind of fascinating that that is 100 light years to scale on the galaxy. Just kind of shows you how big the galaxy is, because when you zoom all the way out, that 100 light years is like this little pixel. It's a big place. And ultimately, actually, while we're talking about this, on the last stream, we added the ability to draw the sector grid around the ship with cubes. And I think I do that the same on here as well. So we'll show the 3x3x3 grid of sectors, so we can see exactly what's being drawn right now, size-wise. Yes, Don. That doesn't surprise me, because right now what it's doing, the moon system is in its infancy. So we're doing the math for adding the moons in place and looking at the size of the object. What we're not doing is we're not doing any kind of temperature calculations or anything beyond, like, is it between the Roche limit and the hill radius? That's it. That's the only real math we're doing for that, and making sure that no two hill spheres overlap for individual moons. Once we add temperature calculations, then we can start actually looking at whether or not the moon can hold on to an atmosphere, whether or not the moon should be a ball of lava, that sort of thing. I imagine anything even remotely close to a star, at least certainly close enough to be a lava world, probably wouldn't even hold on to a moon, because I imagine that world is probably tidally locked, for one. Yeah, I don't imagine a moon would survive very long, but we'll look into the science behind that and see. Yeah, it's an awkward transition at the moment between the two save file formats, because before we just had that one individual save for single player and another individual save for multiplayer. The new system creates an index of your active save files, and the only thing that gets loaded on the continue game screen is the index itself. All of the individual save files are now individual objects that are catalogued by that index file. So the save itself, the legacy save, is added to the index if it exists, and I'm leaving it like that for a while, so everyone's got a chance to recover their data. But because the new save file is a whole new format, they're not very cross-compatible, so there have definitely been some issues with it. I think the only thing you could possibly do would be to start a brand new game using the whole new system, which will create a new save file with a certain name. Copy that name, delete that save file, and then rename the legacy save file to that new name, and it will start loading that one instead. So it's the same struct that we were using for the previous save files. It's just got a few more details on it. So that should work. But yeah, it's difficult to transition smoothly between those. And as we add more stuff, we're going to have to do infrequent wipes of save files and the data on the website as well. Certainly when we go to early access. So we want to make sure that we let everyone know regularly and as soon as possible that there will be a data wipe. So we don't want to go to early access with 2 to 3 years worth of people already having done stuff before like the real dangers were added to the galaxy. Like right now, there's no need to refuel the ship. There's nothing out there that can hurt your ship. There's no wear and tear. So when we make space difficult and hard and challenging, then we'll wipe the data so that everyone basically starts from a clean slate. So yeah, we just want to make sure that everyone is well aware of that ahead of time, because that will be coming at some point. Just to keep it fair and make sure that everyone's on an even playing field. We move space around the ship. So when the ship is moving, the interior, everything you see here, obviously that's not all of the ship, this is just my test map. But this remains static at all times. This never moves. We move the galaxy around the ship. So to quote a certain quote, space is the thing that is moving. So we don't have to worry about physics calculations in that regard. There is a physically moving proxy for the ship, which has all of its like collision responses and everything. So the objects that spawn in the physics realm are all running physics properly. They can all bump into each other, and they are part of the physics sim. The things you see out of the window are merely proxies for those things. So each object that gets spawned, be it a player ship, a rock, an enemy space station, anything, all of those things are invisible in the simulation world, and then visible as a proxy, which is visible in space as an offset of its simulation version. It's a complicated system to explain, but basically, because the player can be on their ship, a shuttle, a space station, a planetary surface, or anything else, space needs to be redrawn from the perspective of where the player is. So if you get in a shuttle and you fly away from your main ship, then when you're pitching and rolling your shuttle, space needs to pitch and roll in accordance to that, because again, the shuttle itself is static. Planetary surfaces are static. Space stations are static. So what you see out of the window needs to be drawn from the perspective of that static space. So the proxy objects that we're moving around that you can see adjust their offset based on your location. So the physics object, the physics simulation, there's only ever one of those, and that stays as it is, running all of its physics calculations. And then as you move from the different environments, all the proxy objects keep updating their offset based on the thing that you're on. It sounds complicated, but it works. It allows us to have entirely isolated environments in space, and have those things move through the galaxy independently. Yeah, the only issue really with all of that is transitioning the player. So when you go from the main ship into a shuttle, the only way to do that is to teleport the player into the shuttle. So managing that transition is the hard part. For shuttles, we'll just use a portal. So just like the game portal. You'll see the interior of the shuttle, you'll walk through a portal, and that should be seamless for the most part. There might be a slight difference in lighting as you kind of pass through, but for the most part it will be instant and as seamless as we can make it. And the way it's going to work in terms of getting from the main ship to a space station or to a planetary surface is this is the bit that we need to nail, because this is where it has the most opportunity to go wrong. The shuttle that you see in the shuttle bay is the proxy object. It's not the real shuttle. It will have a portal in its doorway. When you walk through that portal, you are now in a static shuttle interior, and you're now in the real shuttle. What players in the shuttle bay see is they see a version of you in the shuttle, the proxy shuttle, which is a proxy of you. And that proxy of you basically inherits your movement as you move around. So they're not seeing the real you, they're seeing a copy of you. So when you then ultimately fly that shuttle out the shuttle bay, everything they're seeing is a proxy. None of it's real. It looks like it's you, but it's not. When you then land in the shuttle bay of a space station, that shuttle bay that you're landing in is a proxy. It's not the real interior. When you exit through the shuttle door, again, you're walking through a portal into the real shuttle bay of the space station, which is the static environment. So you're going from static environment through a portal of a proxy into a static environment, flying that static environment somewhere else, and then getting out of that static environment into another one, again via a portal. So it's all smoke and mirrors to smoothly transition the player from place to place without breaking immersion. It's going to be an interesting set of challenges. We've already solved the shuttle. So the shuttle, it works. We've tested it, it works fine. The bit that we still have to develop before we can call shuttles done is having the proxy object, once it's landed in the shuttle bay, have that genuinely there in the shuttle bay, so players can like bump into it and it's there with physics, and you can throw apples at it and they'll bounce off, rather than just being some thing that you can just walk through. And also have that stay connected to the ship as you're flying around. And then obviously as you enter into it through its portal, and then you actually try and fly that out. Again, it needs to collide with the floor, it needs to collide with the walls, it needs to collide with other objects within that shuttle bay, which means we need to spawn those same objects around the physics simulation of the shuttle to make sure that you have the same collision responses. So we'll probably have to spawn basically a fake shuttle bay around the proxy so that it can bump into stuff. There's going to be lots of little tricks and things we need to do to make it work, but from the player's perspective it should be completely seamless. But yeah, not without its challenges. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one for sure. When you're carrying an object via a physics handle, what will happen is that object will be teleported when it goes through the portal, but you will no longer be holding it. So if you're carrying a cup of tea and you walk through a portal into the shuttle, it will just fall to the ground. It'll be in the shuttle, but it will be on the floor and you'll have to pick it up again. If you're carrying an object which is like properly being held, then it's attached to your character and you'll just walk through the thing with it seamlessly. So it will only impact objects that are being carried via a physics handle, because they're not actually attached to your character. If you're carrying something because you've used the pickup dialogue on the radial menu, then that should all be fine and unaffected by portals. I don't know offhand how they managed that in the Portal game. I know that it had something to do with a clever spawning of proxies, so that as you're moving a box, like your companion cube, for example, as you move the companion cube through the portal, there's a copy of it which has been spawned on the other side, which is moving at the same time. So you got one half of the companion cube, which is a proxy, and one half which is the real one, and they move together through the portal until you're on the other side and you're only holding the original again. It's something like that, but we don't need to go to that length of sorting that out, I don't think. Maybe. Yeah, it's impressive, very, very impressive, and yeah, ours will be a simplified version of that. Basically, I'm quite happy for held objects to just fall to the floor as you enter through the shuttle. As long as they get to the shuttle, it's fine. But ultimately, you can just choose to pick it up, so you don't have to drag it with a physics handle. Right, work. Let's do some work. Right, so we don't want that anymore. We want timer by event. Because we want all of this in the event graph. We'll just call that Captain NPC logic. This is going to run once per second, and this is now the captain doing their logic. So we had this one before. I think these were just... Yeah, we can delete all of that. That was just me messing about. Hello, Acorn. Oh, no, don't fall off the desk. So we'll borrow that. So what we need to think about with the NPC captain is that the list of priorities that they have in terms of what the standing orders are really for the ship. So we want them to do the same job where they are looking for Earth-like candidates and stopping to make peaceful first contact with any alien civilizations we discover. So that's basically the standing orders of the ship. So I guess priority-wise, we need to have a look at do we have any ship-wide orders running? And if we don't, then we should probably do something. And we also need to have a look at whether or not the NPC sensors person is currently running a search for a particular type of thing, because finding Earth-like worlds is probably the first thing we'll have them do. It's very difficult to concentrate and work when you've got a cat that wants fussing in front of you. I think you're going to have to go down, Acorn. My brain turns to mush when you're there, because all I can think about is scratching your head. Yee. Okay, come on, you go down. She'll now be jumping on the desk continuously until she gets the message. Say, and she's back. No, you have to go down now. You go down here. Yeah, you sit on the chair. So I can't work out whether she's really, really thick or really, really belligerent. It's one of the two. Either she's not getting the message or she's too stupid to get the message. Oh, Oh, and she's back. See, yeah, see, stupid or belligerent. Let's try the other chair. Yeah, go on that chair. So we need a reference to our task manager, which we've got, and we don't want to do this until the levels are loaded. So we want to listen for gameplay message. And that's going to be a startup. And she's back. Levels loaded. That's going to be our dummy struct. Okay, so once all the levels are loaded, we then know that this will be here. Don't know why that's got a 0 on the end. Do we have a reference to that already? Oh wait, is that being loaded by the master? Sorry, I'm sure she'll get bored in a minute. We already have a reference to that actually, so let's just see where that's being defined. Oh, that was loaded? Yeah, okay. That's fine. So we don't need that. That can go away. And I suppose actually, if we're not finding the file, then we won't get them to do anything until the player character is ready. So once the character is spawned, then we'll have them start their tick and start thinking about logic. So we don't want a reference to that anymore because we'll use the one from the parent class. Oh.
Come on.
Oh, Claire's come to gather the cat.
Come on.
Can't believe she's chosen a bag of treats over me. They're so fickle, aren't they? I was trained by cats a long time ago. I think I've got that like taxoplasmosis thing where I'm genetically engineered now towards pleasing cats. I think that's what it was. It was all a ruse to get some treats. Good question, Dave. Yes, eventually. I think so. Right now, there's no reason to return back to Earth. But yes, I think given that returning to Earth is kind of like the save point, then yes, we do want them to do that. So we'll probably have them come out for... We'll probably look at the state of the ship and the crew. So if we're down a certain percentage of crew members and the systems are particularly decrepit looking, at that point the captain would turn around and say, actually, it is getting too dangerous to stay out here the way we are, so let's turn back for Earth and maybe explore a few bits on the way, but ultimately beeline for home. I won't add that yet, there's no need. But yeah, that is something they will have to do and think about, because the NPC captain should captain the ship no differently than a player would if they were playing optimally. So we will program the NPC captain to do the things that would be... What's the best way of wording this? If you as the player were to play the game it was designed to be played, and to do the mission, the standing orders, the way that they were designed, then that's how we want the NPC captain to behave. We don't want them to be quite as good as a well-optimized player would be, but they need to be decent enough that if you only want to play as an engineer, or you only want to play sitting on the science console, then you never have to do any captaining yourself. We want each NPC leader or department head to be able to successfully manage that vessel without any human intervention. So yes, the captain needs to be reasonably efficient with running the ship. Yeah, it's funny because we were talking about that in the kitchen today, Delta, and that like the job of a captain is ultimately quite boring, and we want it to be, I suppose, because we're trying to simulate life in space. We're trying to simulate what it would really be like to live and work aboard a deep space exploration vessel. And ultimately, there is going to be a lot of routine. There is going to be a lot of repetitive tasks. And life in space is probably quite boring, really. But that's all part of the simulation. So if you as the captain spend a lot of time sitting in the bar or just writing some reports, then good. We've successfully captured the nuances of that role. Obviously, that's broken up by interludes of exciting things like people shooting at you, but ultimately, there will be routine there. Yeah. I mean, we want to capture the reality of it. We're building a simulation, so we don't want to inject artificial fun if it's not needed. So the captain will spend more time exploring an area than a player likely would. I think players will be far more likely to move on, whereas an NPC captain will probably explore a sector of space more diligently. But yeah, I think that's probably the only difference. Also, once we have wear and tear on the reactor and engineering systems, then the NPC captain isn't going to go full throttle everywhere. They're probably going at sort of 90% throttle at cruising speed, as opposed to maxing everything out and increasing wear and tear. Okay, so get shipwide orders. So the logic here is going to require some breakpoints if something occurs. So one of the things we'll model into this first, I think, is fuel tank percentages, and start having the NPC captain reacting to that, because we can probably fold in some refueling mechanics into this fairly easily. By simply having the captain fly the ship to a gas giant, and then when we're in range of one, simply have the tanks refill, from the engineering section. Even have an NPC come along and press the refill button. So we could model that fairly easily, because the infrastructure to do that is already there. but we need those checks into here so that if we have a ship-wide order for going to explore a star system, and on the way the fuel tanks are lower than some red line that we specify, then this order basically needs to be belayed in favor of a refueling the ship-wide order. So we'll just need to bear that in mind so that we can interject more important things as the need may arise. But to begin with, so if we've already got a ship-wide order, then for now I think we'll do nothing. If we don't, if we get bridge orders, to be honest, we can probably get... Do we have that? No, okay. Yeah, if we get those specifically, because there's going to be very little in the way of individual NPC direction with this. Most of it's going to be by way of ship-wide orders, but we need to see whether or not they've been given a target of interest already. So actually we probably need to do this first. So the first thing they do per tick, because remember this is all running once per tick, is they'll check command orders first. So if we've got a valid command order, we need to make sure that we action that. Yeah, so if that's true, then what do we have for that? So yeah, so the logic is going to be, when the game starts, the first thing the captain's going to want to do is they want their first target of interest, something that the ship can go and explore. So the first thing they'll do is ask the sensors NPC or player, if a player is sat there, to find an Earth-like candidate that the ship can go and investigate. So I guess before they do any decision making, we need to check to see, has that been done? So is there a command order waiting, which has been raised by the sensors to say, I have found something? So if that's the case, then we need to deal with this first. So specifically, we want to switch on that to make sure we got the right one. There is only one, so that's fine. Yeah, so we'll have our target. Yeah, and then we're going to have to track this. Because so what we could do is have them tell the helm to fly to that specific system, and then speak to the sensors person, or we could have them just basically say, just fully explore this system with those coordinates. I think that's probably the easiest thing for now, just to get the ball rolling on this and get it tested. Let's just have them say, right, if an Earth-like has been found, or an Earth-like candidate has been found, just fully explore that particular star system, and then we can take it from there. Because if they discover an Earth-like world that's actually an Earth-like world, or a tech signature, then we need to do a different breakout from there. So I think we'll just keep folding in that complexity as we go, and start off simple. So we need to create ship-wide order. And we shall make that actually, I won't do that yet because this isn't dealing with 64 bits yet, so we'll just do a random int for now. Okay, so explore system. We are going to need some details from there. So the target we can just pipe straight through. Fully explore star system located at those coordinates. Oh, of course, I need to create a formatted text box. Convert that to a string, pop that in there, collapse that, collapse that. Okay, so this gets a ship-wide order raised, which means at this point there will be one available. So this will return to true, and we'll idle, doing nothing. Yeah. Okay, so if we're not dealing with a command order, then we can go ahead and do this. Okay, so oops. Okay, so if we'll check to see whether or not the sensors are actually doing something already. If they're not, then we'll wait. Just to give them a chance to finish what they were doing. If there aren't any sensors orders raised, then we will issue the ship-wide order, or the sensors order rather. So create bridge orders. So this is going to be for the sensors Okay, so we want to search for Earth-like candidates. Search for Earth-like candidate. None of that really matters, to be honest. So we don't need to give it a target. Yeah, that's fine because we're just searching for something. So again, if that's true, then we will do nothing. Okay, so do we have any command orders? If we do, then go and explore that system. If we do not, then create orders to find an Earth-like candidate. Okay, so that should give us our first set of tasks. Let's see how well we do. Okay, so right now we should have nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. So upon adding this NPC, hang on, did I set? Oh yes, I did. So I wanted to make sure that the active NPC check was after the tick and not before it. So right now, we're not doing anything because this is reporting false. So as soon as we make that true by not sitting in the chair ourselves, by spawning, oh yeah, would help if I added the ability to spawn a captain, wouldn't it? Let's do that first. Is it that one? No, it wasn't that one, was it? It was that one. So if we copy the one we did for the helm, oh, actually, are we doing this off of the parent? I can never remember whether we're doing it from the parent one or the child. Yeah, so there we go. So this is the radial menu builder. So these are all the options we get for the helm, and for captain's chair, basically we have nothing other than the default, which is the sit down. So we want, in fact, if I copy all of that, then we'll whittle it down to the ones we actually want. Okay, so we don't want the captain to be taking commands. So none of these are relevant for that. Okay, where did I do the add and the dismiss? Oh, did I turn off can spawn? That's probably what it was. Ah. Okay, so we won't make the captain NPC active by default because we want to give players, at least for now, until we have the actual crew roster configurator at the beginning of the game. Until then, we'll assume the player is going to be acting as the captain. And if you don't want to act as the captain, then you can hand that over simply by spawning one. Which, interesting. Okay, this is going to take a bit of fiddling until we get it right. So department command, can spawn an NPC, NPC station is captain. Right, that's fine. Can spawn science sensors. Department, command, NPC station captain. So get rid of those because that would break it. Because the parent is handling the interface function, if you double click it on here, it creates a copy of that function which isn't actually doing anything, so that needs deleting. I think I might have done that on the helm as well. Yeah, I did. I don't want that there because that'll break the helm too. Yeah, so it's an interesting one, actually. If you're an admiral, then yes, you have full authority over telling the captain what to do. I think we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Right, there we go. So we can now summon the NPC captain. Oh, there we go.
Long-range survey.
So the captain has now asked the sensors person to look for an Earth-like candidate. So that worked. So what they're going to do is a long-range survey of multiple worlds until they find one. Okay, and then we're raising multiple orders to explore that system because we didn't check to see whether they're already raised. So it's now just going, yep, another one, another one. But we are going there, so that's good. Right, let's fix that. So we can save that. We don't need that. Okay, so that shouldn't be doing it, I think, because we're checking to see whether or not we're looking at the wrong thing. No, that should be right. Can we browse the class? No, there we go. Right, ship-wide orders. so create ship-wide order, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we definitely are creating it, which means that should be greater than 0 because we have at least one of them, which means we should just be firing that empty pin. Okay. Let's just add a bit of feedback. So if we grab that macro, so basically all we're doing with this is we're taking a couple of input pins there for the stuff that the NPC is saying. We're creating a chat message, and then if we're supplying a valid audio file, it will basically just spawn that audio file just above the NPC head in the chair. So that'll be them talking. But this bit, the audio file, I need to make sure that's being done via player controller so that it spawns as a multicast RPC so that all clients hear the audio. Otherwise it would just be the host that hears it. But we'll fix that when I actually start adding the audio. Right, yeah, so source is captain, channel is ship-wide. We don't have an audio file yet. Oh, sorry, source channel is command, so it's the right color. So we'll just do sensors search for an Earth-like candidate. And report to me, something like that. And then this is to everybody, so fully explore the target system. And that should automatically generate the little crown on the holo display because we're taking our target data from the task that was raised. Right, let's just let the captain do his thing again, and we'll see where that's failing. Yeah, so what seems to be happening is I don't know whether it's classing multiple ship-wide orders as being the active one, and then when it clears off the active order, obviously there's more than one that's been flagged, so it clears those off too, or whether or not it's generating duplicate order IDs. I mean, it shouldn't be, because it's a 1 in 2 billion chance that it's going to generate the same order ID twice in a row. I mean, that's fairly steep odds for something that's happening every time. So, yeah, it's probably the former, where it's classing multiple orders as being active at the same time. So we shall see. But yeah, I will make sure I fix that before the next build. Well, that's good to know, Caesar. Thank you. Right, summon NPC.
Initiating long-range survey.
Okay, so the chat makes it clear what's going on.
Long-range survey complete.
Ah, right. I think I see what's happening. Yes, it's not this check that's failing, it's this one. So when we are creating our ship-wide orders, we need to check to make sure that we're not already doing that. So we need to check our ship-wide orders and make sure that an order has not been raised for these specific coordinates, and that will stop that from raising that twice. Okay, so checking that that's a valid index. If it is, we'll get it. Right, so we'll get our ship-wide orders. And do we have our temp? No, we don't. Can't have made a variable for that one then. So just make a generic criteria match boolean. Okay, so for each one of these, we're going to check very simply is, does the target coordinates match the coordinates that we're using here? But let's move that aside for a minute. So does that equal that? Oh, that. So if our galactic coordinates in our current ship-wide order matches the one that we currently want to raise, then basically we'll skip that and then break the loop. Oops. Otherwise, it will remain false. And then if we then get our criteria match, so that needs to plug into there. Okay, so if criteria match is true, then we have a matching order raised already, so don't do anything with it. I mean, we could like over egg the pudding slightly and just make sure that the thing that we are raising is explore system. So just so we're absolutely doubly sure. So the order is explore system and we're exploring the same coordinates. So if that is the case, then we need not do anything because we're already doing it essentially. Okay, and if that's false, then we do want to raise a new order. I'll collapse all of this in a sec into a nice neat graph. And then that would be that. So this just adds the checking logic so that we're not duplicating those orders over and over. And then we can collapse that to that. So check and raise ship-wide exploration order. And then we'll do our dialogue there. Okay, and then that check is the check we had before. So let's just try that. Right, so this time it shouldn't erase that same orders over and over and over and over. Yeah, good shout, Illusion. That's not a bad idea at all. Could an execute orders command be added at the beginning? I would add a star and the helm would shoot off before I could do more. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I suppose that's kind of a situational thing, isn't it? Because in some instances, you just want them to go and do it. So queuing up a set of objectives and then saying, okay, now do that, is very different from just selecting a star and saying, go and explore this, or just fly to this system. Yeah, it's that. Yeah, exactly. It's the make it so. It's the engage. It's that thing. See, we kind of have that a little bit on the helm. I just stop us a minute. Let's wait for us to. Oh, actually, it needs to make sure they only say that once. So, having targeted something, I can say use command target, so they'll now target my target. I can then say prepare to depart, in which case they will basically just turn on the autopilot and face the ship towards the target in question. Now right now they're not going to engage the FTL drive because I've not told them to. So now we have the opportunity to say engage the FTL drive. So engage, and then off they go. In that set of circumstances that works because you're doing it one step at a time. Now equally, you could have just said navigate to command target and they'll just do all those things all at once. So whether or not you go through it step by step or just say, why are you always preparing? Don't prepare, just go. You can just click this button instead. And I was having this very conversation with Claire yesterday, I think it was, about whether or not we need the step by step or whether we just have a simple go here. Because how many times are you going to be going through the step-by-step process over just saying go here please? Maybe it is situational. And when, see, if we wanted to fully explore this target down here, then rather than speaking to the helm individually, you are looking at nothing, and now you're raising a ship-wide order, or bridge-wide in this instance, just to explore the target system. So after having clicked explore target system, it's kind of implied that you're already giving the order at that point. They shouldn't need to wait for you to say, and now do it, because you're already telling them to do it by clicking this. That is you telling them to do it. So, rather than, or in addition to, specifically telling them to explore this system, in the same way that we have the separate options on the helm, we could maybe have add to queue. So have that as an additional option on here where you can just go through and queue up all these individual systems that you want to explore, and you haven't actually told them to do it yet because you're just adding it to the queue. And at that point you can then say orders and then just make it so engage or whatever phrase of your choice you want to put in there. Yeah, so we could possibly do it that way, but as it stands, clicking this or this is already implying I want you to do that now. Yeah. Yeah, it's the best ship name. Yeah. So the holo display is an interesting one because it is mirroring the outputs of the bridge stations. So when you click sensors, it's mirroring what the sensors are displaying. So in order for you to see the long range sensors, this console has to be on that mode. So you can't take control over what's showing on the UI over there. They are intrinsically linked in that way. Individual zoom and focus controls don't affect what's happening over here. So the captain can quite happily zoom in on something or rotate the map around without affecting what he's doing. But they do need to mirror one another in terms of what page it's on. Equally, if you go over to, say, the weapons console, then you're mirroring what they're seeing on their console, although you also have limited control over zooming around and display. It's other than the ability to set a target. The idea is that this is very much a read-only space, where this is information that's being provided to you by those bridge consoles. So, this is the tactical information that the sensors are providing you for you to make a conscious decision on what the ship should be doing. You wouldn't expect the captain to be stood here conducting science on the holo display, because that's their job. But we'll keep reassessing as we playtest this and as we add more functionality throughout it all, so that we can make sure that relationship between all the different bridge stations and the command is slick and functional and efficient, and the bridge is being managed in the most optimal way it can be. Right, let's get a captain in the chair.
Initiating long-range survey. Long-range survey complete.
Okay. I'm suspicious that they think they found an Earth-like candidate. I mean, they seem confident that they have. Oh, yeah, they have. That worked better than I was expecting. So the next step in this is once this system has been fully surveyed, obviously there's going to be a determination as to whether or not that planet is indeed an Earth-like, because the criteria they're looking for is there a terrestrial planet in the habitable zone? And as you can see, there is, clearly. That doesn't mean it's an Earth-like. If it is an Earth-like, then I think at that point we need to make the decision to start sending down probes and actually doing deeper science on that world, because again, that's kind of the standing orders of the ship. Find Earth-likes and determine whether or not they are suitable for human habitation. So the next level of logic after finding the planet is then what do we do with it? And similarly, once we've done our short-range scan, what happens if life is found? Or even more so, what if a civilization is found? What if there's an alien culture living there? What are the next steps from that point? So we're going to have to start sort of expanding on the logic step by step as we start adding these things in. Okay, so I'm going to cheat and use the accelerate command. So So I need to accelerate the accelerated mode, because what it should be doing is instantly scanning, essentially. So it's already done its medium range scan, and then it instantly accelerates and stops, but we still have travel time. In order for us to successfully test the system, we need it to take no more than like 30 seconds to scan a star system. Yeah, it wasn't an Earth-like after all that. But this is good, because it smelled like an Earth-like from a distance, and it was worthy of investigating. And kind of that's the whole point, is, you know, we're looking for Earth-like worlds, and if it looks like it might be one, we need to go and explore that star system. So it's nice that the NPC captain is successfully achieving that. Let's see if we can speed that up a bit, because I want to see how they behave once that's complete, because we should have a set of orders. Actually, do we want that? Yeah, we do. So we need to raise a command order once the system has been fully explored, so that we can determine what to do. And those command orders need to contain, and when I say command orders, I mean an order for the captain to deal with. It needs to contain information about what was actually found. So on here, so we are only checking to see whether there is a command order. We're not actually checking to see what it is. So what that command order actually is what's going to determine what happens next. So this is that whole feedback loop from either you as the player able to pass information on to the captain, or the NPCs passing information on to you as the captain. So those need to be fleshed out a little bit. So I suppose it's the easiest way of doing that. Let's do the instant travel first. Where is that one? Okay. So we're instantly teleporting to galactic coordinates, and we're significantly accelerating the ship if we're in accelerated mode. Again, this is just basically for me so that I can test quicker rather than having to wait 20 minutes for it to explore a star system when I'm testing something, because that's just not efficient. So what we want it to do ideally is we want to take our target coordinates, we need that. Because we're going to have to work out how far away from the object to stop. Yeah, so we want to take that there. we want to set actor location. We'll sequence this. So I want to do that, then that. Then we don't need to do that part. So yeah, so actually all we're doing is we're just setting our galactic coordinates to be equal to the star system, and then we're setting our actual coordinates to be our target coordinates. That would be local nav target, and that'll be local nav target plus our arrival distance, because otherwise we'll appear inside the planet. Yeah, that should be it actually. Let me just see whether that's being set on tick, because if it is, we don't need to set it there. No, we're not setting it there. Okay, that's fine. It can stay where it is then. And that's just setting the variables, which we don't need to do. Although, like we are down there, I think we will set the coordinates first and then move the ship, just for sanity's sake. Right, so it should now teleport the ship between each planet as it's scanning them, and it should also complete those scans largely instantly. So we'll grab our NPC.
Initiating long-range server.
Accelerated on. Max accelerator. There we go. Right.
Long-range survey complete.
Okay. That's the medium range scan done. Short range scan done. Don't think it liked that. Interesting. Accelerate. I'll still spell it wrong. I think what was happening is it was teleporting the ship too far away, so it was never within the arrival distance that it needed to trigger the next action. Hang on, let's just fix that a sec. If we give that an input, and we call that radius multiplier. So it's a star system, it doesn't matter, we'll just use the outskirts of the star system. If it's not, then we'll use this. We'll set the default value to 1.5. But so that normally that would be 1.5, so radius and a half. But what we'll use it for in this instance is we'll do 1.4 to make sure that we're within that check radius. Yeah, I need to look at the percentage of middle-aged males that are bold, like fully bold, and make that the percentage chance for the guys to be bold, just to keep it realistic, because it does seem to generate bold men quite often. Yeah, we'll have to see. Unreal does do some native stuff with voice, but you'll have to see. You don't often see a planet with craters. I need to up the chances of that. Right. So we'll turn on accelerated mode, and then we'll spawn ourselves a captain. So
Initiating long-range survey.
that should survey really quickly.
Long-range survey complete.
Okay, and then we should teleport there. Then we do our medium range survey really quickly. Okay. Do a short range scan. Still putting us too far away. Out of interest, if we set the arrival distance to be exactly 1, because it's taking the radius of the object and timesing that by our multiplier. So if we set that as 1, so we're literally Yeah, just taking the radius. Then when we teleport, we should essentially be teleporting to the surface of that planet, or as near enough the surface as we can get. If it's not taking us to the surface, then something's gone wrong with the math somewhere.
Initiating long-range survey. Long-range survey complete.
Okay, so the helm task is just flashing up because it's trying to go to the place we're already at, essentially. Yeah. Oh, is that it there? That big black nothingness. Always on the wrong side of the planet. So it didn't teleport us to there, which is where I was expecting it to. So basically the orders manager is seeing that we are there. So it's closing the helm order. But it doesn't think we're actually at our location. So hang on, let's see if we can see what it's doing. So this is completing, but this one is failing here somewhere, and annoyingly we don't have the visible execution on it like we do here. I'm assuming that's because, actually no, I don't know why that's not doing that. Should be doing that. Oh, unless it's because it's running on a timer. It's probably because it's on a timer. So the helm one. See, that one should be visible there. Weird. I don't know what causes this to be visible or not. Sometimes it just doesn't seem to work. Yeah, so this is correctly determining that we've already got an order raised. So it's basically failing at this point because that order exists. But this is fine. This is what we want it to do. But it's difficult to see without that trace running. It's difficult to see exactly where it's failing. I mean, it's obviously something to do with teleporting the ship. Unless we do just skip that. I'm pretty sure, though, that when we broadcast our ship states, I know we are doing that, so... Okay, let's give that a try a minute. We'll have a look. Oh, I see. See, yes, as much as it would be cool to have something like this, something like this wouldn't exist for very long because like you'd have the initial force of something exploding the planet, but then the force of gravity would simply just collapse it back in on itself again. It wouldn't stay like that. You wouldn't have these chunks just maintaining their position. The whole thing would just collapse inward on itself. So it would be difficult to do something like this in a way that is scientifically realistic. I mean, that's not to say that we can't have something like this. We could maybe have a fractured world that has a lot of surface damage and a ring of debris around it. You know, like a recent collision event between two planets. Yeah, something like this in a scientific way. I mean, you know, things like there's, you know, cracks and giant canyons. We can definitely have that, but yeah, as for the rest of it, we'd have to keep it scientifically plausible. Benanes, yeah, sorry, I missed your question. Yeah, so what you're looking at with blueprints is the underlying C++ exposed as nodes on a visual editor. So each one of those nodes is basically something running in C++, and it gives you a visual way of visualizing that underlying code.
Initiating long-range survey. Long-range survey complete.
Yeah, so we're basically, although the FTL is trying to move us at 300C, our distance to the target is not decreasing because it's holding us in place. So we're basically frozen. What if we literally just go to the middle of the planet? What we can also do actually is no, we'll just go, literally just go to the middle of the object and see whether or not that works. Thank you, Danger Mouse. Yeah, more depth will be coming, for sure.
Initiating long-range survey.
Oh, forgot to turn on accelerate.
Long-range survey complete.
Okay, so teleporting to the inside of the object is clearly working. So I'll let this complete, and I'm not sure why we need to teleport in the middle of things for it to count, but as we're testing, we'll let that slide. I want to see what it does once we've finished fully exploring this system. Hopefully, we will then select the next system to explore. It depends. So for things like standard controllers, there is already some built-in support for those. If it's a HOTAS, it uses Windows raw input for those, and we'll have to set up each individual model of HOTAS separately because those raw inputs need identifying and mapping individually. The keybinds as they stand right now are part of Unreal's advanced input system, where it's a direct mapping to that key on the keyboard. At some point, we will have the ability to remap the keys. You could use an auto hotkey to intercept the key and output it as a separate key. I suppose that's the only way you could do it, really. Certainly for the keyboard, at least. Chris, thank you. Much appreciated. We already have next year's April Fools planned actually. Got it behind me. Don't know how well this comes out on camera. Thanks to AJ. How cool is that? Starship Simulator on, where are we? Commodore 64. Really bad focus, but there you go. Hang on. See it better like that. Yeah, how cool is that? It's not being reflected on a giant light, but yeah. So Starship Simulator on the Commodore 64, my favorite ever PC computing device. And thank you AJ for making that, because it's amazing. Okay, so we've got a command order here. Which I don't think got acknowledged. So what we're doing is, yeah, we are basically trying to re-explore the same system over and over. If we acknowledge this, then it should hopefully, yeah, pick a new system.
Initiating long-range survey. Long-range survey complete.
Why do every single one of these systems have an Earth-like? Well, a planet in the habitable zone at least. Okay, so we have to on here. So if that is a valid index, then we need to, I suppose before or after we've done that, because we need to know the target details. Yeah, so I guess pass one. Oh, hang on a minute though. I think where I've made a mistake is that we're checking the coordinates against our the thing we need to acknowledge and clear, and once we've cleared it, this is going to return false, in which case it's going to raise another one. So we need to check it against our active shipwide order. Yeah, so we're checking against this, not this. Okay, and then the ship-wide order is obviously being created from that. Let's just make sure we are reporting the correct coordinates there. Right, so that separates those two. So once we've been through this loop and determined that there is no criteria match, we will raise our orders. The next run, which is 1 second later, we will get a match because our active ship-wide order will be this one. Although, that said, if we were to queue up another order, say refuel the ship, that would become the active ship-wide order. What we need to be able to do is clear this command order without losing this coordinate. So I suppose what we could do is clear that immediately. So yeah, rather than looping through the whole thing, perhaps we can simplify this a little bit. So rather than checking to see whether it already exists, yeah, we will raise that as an order, and then if we immediately clear this one, then the next tick 1 second later, it won't raise another one because this this will be false at that point. So it will only raise the one. Yeah, so we just need to make sure that we then get our task manager. There it is, that's what I wanted. And then we will clear close there, cancel bridge orders. That's what I was after. And then we'll get a command order, and then we'll grab the ID from there. So basically, if I don't do it like this, and I go through the process of checking to see whether or not those coordinates have been raised already, I need to retain this so that we've got a copy of those coordinates. Now I could save that as working coordinates, but if something else happens in the meantime, that could be replaced by something else. So it's a non-reliable value because it could change. Whereas if we raise the task and then immediately essentially acknowledge this to get rid of it, then on the next loop it won't be there unless another command order gets raised, in which case we can see whether or not that's in the system at that point, and and then close it from there. I suppose we could do that. So we can do a one-time check to see whether or not those coordinates already exist. Yeah, then if they don't, raise and close. Okay, I might make that into a macro so that we can reuse that, but that should work for our current purposes. So what we want to see is the captain have the NPC crew scan a system in its entirety, and then move on to another system, and then scan that one too. And that should then continue infinitely until you get rid of the NPC.
Initiating long-range survey.
Oh, and we'll do that the cheaty way.
Long-range survey complete.
So assuming that this goes on and actually does continue to explore the next system, I think that's job done for the captain. It took slightly longer than I hoped it would this evening, but after that we'll have a look at some of the readouts that we're getting from the NPCs, and then we'll see whether or not we can make them a little bit more verbose in some areas and maybe less in others. They won't spam the chat quite this much because obviously they won't be doing everything instantly. Yeah, the Commodore 64 was the very first thing I ever coded on back when I was 5 years old. I used to sit down with my mum copying code line by line from the input magazines. And yeah, the earliest thing I can remember was me doing like 10 print Daniel, 20 go to 10. And that was my first ever bit of code, literally a hello world. And then after that we coded a hot air balloon that moved across the screen. The funny thing was, I spent my entire childhood obviously coding on the Commodore 64, and then as I became a teenager I got into BMXing and skateboards, and that kind of my coding went out the window a little bit, and then I ended up just being an IT manager. And then later in life I went back into coding again, kind of refound my love of it. And I suppose these days it's going to go full circle when we're probably doing very little code by hand. Ah, cool. I'd love to do a Commodore 64 emulator. I don't know what the legalities of that would be. Oh yeah, Claude had a hand in the website. It's interesting because in growing up doing code and then working as a web designer for a time, I spent a lot of time like just working with code, and these days with agentic coding agents like Claude Code, like you're becoming an orchestrator. You're designing systems and designing tools, and you're less worried about the actual code itself. In fact, in some ways, the code is becoming meaningless, and it's more about system design, which is an interesting.
Long-range survey.
It's an interesting
Long-range
change of
survey
direction. I was listening to a fascinating podcast about it, where they were talking about some of the big software engineering companies are now focusing more on architecture than the actual code itself. So the code review is now done with AI agents, and it's the architecture which is being designed by humans. So people that are going into coding careers, it's no longer the ability to code that matters so much. It's knowledge of architecture and ability to design systems, which is the skills that are being leveraged now. Like why do you need to stress about syntax when you can focus on systems? I guess it's kind of that kind of thing. Yeah, I read someone was bringing out a new Commodore 64. Yeah, I think with like take Claude Code for example. Like the actual tooling isn't done by humans. Like Claude has tooled itself, and a lot of the big software engineering firms now, like 90% of their code is now done by agents. It's there's a huge paradigm shift happening in the industry, and I think probably the next year is probably going to be the big switch, if not already. I mean, it's already happening. Yeah, I think it depends on what it is. I find it depends very much on the documentation you provide and how explicit you are with instructions. Like doing the website, it'll be a case of like I'm doing the designing, the architecture, defining the database schema and all that stuff. And with Claude Code, I can just say, right, just write the login infrastructure, and it will just go and do that. And I don't need to waste my time like writing lines of code, because I'm focusing on designing the architecture of the system instead. And of course, you can get it to do things like automated penetration testing and that sort of thing, which is also handy.
Initiating long-range survey.
It's a good question, Anasi.
Long-range survey complete.
I don't think hobbyist coders went anywhere. I mean, the demo scene on the Amiga was huge. Okay, so we're definitely exploring system after system here, so that's good. And if we look at here, I can't remember what I called it now. What was my test ship called? Because I've used debug commands, it's it's disappeared from all the data. Hang on, what did I call it? TST1234. Right, okay. There we go. So yeah, because I've used debug commands, it actually says that on the portal. So it discounts anything I'm doing in game because I've cheated, essentially. But yes, so it's counting up the number of systems that's being surveyed, so that's good. So that's all working. So I'll just wait for this one to complete, and we'll see whether or not that goes up by 1 or not. I have cheated. Yeah, the IT landscape is going to be changing dramatically over the next year or so. It's yeah, it's going to be a very different world. Is that more human than human as in White Zombie? Because if so, I love that song. Ah, awesome.
Initiating long-range survey.
No, I'm trying to keep the divide between
Long-range survey complete.
website work and in-game work. I mean, I certainly use AI for research, or if I can't figure something out, I'll get AI to look at it. I find it good for analyzing error messages because it can usually discover what the problem is a lot quicker than it would take me to find it. Right, did that just finish a scan? In which case, yes, 7. Okay, great. So that's working, and a captain can indeed continue the job. Yeah, it's a difficult one though with Steam, because obviously I think the tag on Steam is more, you know, are you using generative AI? So are you using AI models, AI imagery, all that sort of stuff? Whereas, you know, using a coding agent is a very different thing, because you're not just regurgitating junk, basically. If you are specifically defining architecture and producing that architecture, that's very different from throwing in some AI slop. Right then. So two of the things I wanted to do is have more feedback when the NPCs are doing stuff. And we also wanted a couple more bits of automation. Let's see what it looks like with chat boxes. I'm curious as to see how that would work. Because it would have to be in screen space for one. Yeah, let's try. What's the best place for this? Stick it in the NPC system. Sure, Cassius, fire away. Exactly, Ziza. Yeah, I use it for research and labor saving, essentially. I guess it's a really simple question, isn't it? If it takes me, say, half an hour to write the code for something, and I'm quite capable of coding that system within half an hour, but I can get Claude Code to do it in 10 seconds, and the end result is the same. Like, why would I waste half an hour of my time when I can save that time and do something else? It seems pointless to waste time in that way for simple things like that. Like if there's like a simple, I don't know, like just like a simple helper function, something like that. It's like, yeah, it's like it seems like a no-brainer. Surely you want the quickest route to success. Why would you waste time needlessly? Well, no, it's yeah. If I need it, I'll use it. I mean, it's yeah. It's I get why people have a problem with like saying, "All right, here AI, write this game for me," and they sit back whilst an AI model produces the entire product. I mean, yes. I mean, you've had literally no involvement in that process. You might write the spec document, but it's doing all the work. I think that's very different from saying, hey, write this helper function because I'm busy doing something else. In which case, you're using targeted things, if that makes sense. Again, why would I waste my time writing something when I have a tool that can do it quicker? It just seems like a pointless waste of my time not to get AI to do it for me. Yeah, I think that's exactly the case, Illusion. I think that there's obviously quite a big knee-jerk reaction across the industry, especially in gaming as well, because a lot of game studios get a lot of flack for the use of AI. But the use of AI is a spectrum. It's not black and white. You know, having like generative AI produce your in-game assets, and then having an AI agent code the entire game for you, that's very different than specific focused uses for either helper functions or research or bug fixing and diagnosing problems. You know, there are very, I think, perfectly legitimate uses for AI in the gaming industry as a tool. And as long as you're using it as a tool and not as a quick win, I think that's fine. It's such a fine line. I mean, the debate around what's okay and what's not okay would go on to infinity. But I think if you were to just allow AI to produce a game, you'll end up with something terrible, obviously, that's full of issues. Whereas if you use it as a tool, then you can orchestrate what's going on, basically. You have full control over every step of the process. Yeah, exactly. Yes, so dedicated servers are definitely going to be a thing. We're using a plugin for the multiplayer called Steam Core, and that already has dedicated server support built in. We just haven't set it up as such. We're probably going to have to make a headless client for that. So similar to Minecraft, I suppose, you just start a console window only, and that client would sit there purely as a console window. And that's your running server, which everyone can then join. If we can get it running nicely as a headless client, then that's something that we could also have like third-party hosting with. So you could just, and again, in the same way as a Minecraft server, just have some third-party service hosting the executable, and then you can just drop in and out of that game as desired. We're very much using the Minecraft model for the multiplayer part of the game. Yeah, well, when it comes to like NPCs and NPC dialogue, then yeah, I'm all for using an LLM in the engine. And again, I say this all the time when it comes up. We will not use anything that needs to refer to anything outside of the game. It will not be having a server that you need to install and run on your PC. If it does not run in the game client and only in the game client, then we will not be doing it. Basically, that's our red line. That's our line in the sand. Completely contained within the game client, or not at all. Yeah, thanks, Cassius. We're definitely heading in that direction, and yeah, I can't say when we're going to get there because really we want to finish the bulk of the game first. But yes, yeah, definitely. The type of game we're making, it would be great to have, like we've just demonstrated tonight, with an NPC captain continuing the mission in your absence. You could log off for the night, and then when you log on the next day for your shift, everything's progressed. Things have happened overnight because the NPC crew are keeping things running. Yeah, it's a bit behind the times there for us. I mean, Christmas 2026 is optimistic at this point. Where can I find UI? There it is. Right, so we want to make a speech bubble. Okay, so I think what we'll do with this is we'll make it really simple. We'll just add a couple of text fields. In fact, a text field. We don't even need. Yeah, that'll do. Actually, just a text field. Okay, and we'll want that center justified. Although I think we will wrap that in a size box so that it wraps. It's going to be needing to be wrapped in a canvas, I think. Okay. So that should give us the functions we need to change the text and the color. And I think if we stick a delay on there, then we can just clear it out after maybe 3 seconds, just to see how that looks. We'll start with that one. See you, Benanes, have a good one. Steam, yes. So we're going to release on Epic Store at some point, but we'll probably get it done and polished on Steam first, and then port it over to Epic, because we'd need to sort out the online subsystem for the Epic Store as well. But yeah, predominantly Steam. Oh, what do they call it? Speed bubble. No wonder that made no sense. Probably a bit big. We want this to be in screen space. There. Basically just over the NPC head. Hey, Melissa. So we're just testing like dialogue coming up above the NPC head. I think it needs to go back a bit and up a bit, but essentially that's what we'd be looking at. I was going to make it different colours depending on a role, but I think probably just white is the way to go with it. Let's see. Yeah, that would be good actually. We can add that to the accessibility, make the text different sizes. Yeah, so this is going to have to be a server RPC as well, a multicast, because otherwise only the host will see the chat bubbles. So the same way as the audio, we need to make sure it fires on all players. We can probably do that by way of a rep notify actually. I'll look at that in a sec. So cast to WBP speech. Bibble. Oh, of course you got to get widget first, haven't you? Always forgetting that. It's that time of the evening I just lose the ability to type. Okay, so we want to set text. What did I do? Update text. I can't remember what I called it. Update text. There we go. Yeah, so we're going to send that there. Just insert that into there. And then the same message that we were sending to the chat log, we'll stick it above their head. Okay, and then we shall remove the default text. It's probably worth making sure we keep that centered. Yeah, they will physically speak as well. I just need to sort out all the dialogue for that. So if I say to this one, sensors orders, find text signature, then they should start. Yeah,
Initiating long-range survey.
They'll start saying stuff above their heads. Speed that up a bit.
Long-range survey complete.
Yeah.
Initiating long-range survey. Long-range survey complete. Initiating long-range survey. Long-range survey complete. Initiating long-range survey. Long-range survey complete. Initiating long-range survey.
Yeah, I'm thinking of sticking a faded background behind it. basically it's the text that gets put in the chat log, but it's the same text basically echoed above their heads. I do think that I could probably lower that a little bit. I'll tweak that as we go. And then yeah, if we, what's the best way of doing this? What we can do is we can put yeah, we can put a border box in there. Border. Or do that because it can only have one child object. Right, so the border box will be the full width and height of everything. Let's just stick some text in there as an example. Okay, make sure that it still wraps. Okay. Let's go with 500 by 70. I just need to make sure that we do the same there. Okay, and then on the border, if we do draw as a rounded box, give it some lovely edges. We can stick the text in the middle. Stick some padding around it. And actually stick some more padding around that. Make sure that's in the middle. Let's give it a very subtle outline as well. Yeah, it's a long way down. That's probably a bit too dark. Okay, so if we make that 0.25. A stronger background. Let's make the text something more in keeping with what would actually be there. Scanning target system. What on earth is up with my typing today? Okay, yeah, so width-wise, we want to make sure that we keep with the text. Do we even need the size box actually? If we replace that with the child object, yeah. But we still want it to wrap, so that's probably gonna not wrap. See whether I need the canvas or not. Yeah, we do. Otherwise it's going to be full width. Okay. Yeah, I've already done the beginnings of the tutorial for the new command stuff. Yeah, I think that background definitely needs to be darker. Let's just see whether I can do that live or whether it's going to want me to start and stop. Yeah, we go to the main menu and the training modules. We've now got an additional 2 training modules. This one is about 70% done in terms of the text. I just need to record the audio for it and finish it off. And then the helm and the sensors are going to be the existing scanning and nav ones split into 2. So because we've got tasks being raised actually on the consoles now, we don't need to do a separate helm and a separate sensors tutorial. They're now individual tutorials per station. So with Captain, helm and sensors being the 3 that we have right now that are playable, they'll have their own tutorials, which will make the whole thing just easier to get people into. Not happy with the height of that. It just doesn't feel quite right having it so tall. Maybe if we drop down to 8. better. At least you can read it now. So we'll make this a toggle in the preferences, so you can choose to have speech bubbles on or off. I think I quite like having them on because you can actually see who's speaking specifically, rather than just having it appear down in the list there. Obviously, if I full screen it, it will get bigger. Not quite sure why it suddenly dropped down to 2 lines. So if we get them to find text signature.
Initiating long-range survey.
Definitely need to hide it when they're not talking. It looks like they're having a light bulb moment. One of the issues we have,
Long-range survey complete.
logic-wise,
Initiating long-range survey.
is the code which is determining when a task has been completed is being tracked on the task manager. So the NPC has no trigger to say that that task has been completed. So we can't have them audibly say something upon task completion because they don't know. So I'm wondering whether or not we need some backwards message that goes to the NPC to say, you have successfully completed this task, you may now make an audible response. Because otherwise they got no way of knowing that they can say something. This needs to be made more reliable because that wasn't working. So if we stick a size box around that again. So you want a max desired width of, if we go with, well, I guess we'll stick with the 500. Yeah, why is it doing that? So if we force it to 500. Something's weird is going on with the wrapping. Did I mention I hate working with UIs? I don't think I've ever said that before. Yeah, so we want, see, ideally we want the border box to size to content. So that's just going to make it full width, isn't it? So that sticks it in the middle of the screen. See, we want it specifically to obey the rule where it will wrap the text at 500 units, which it seems to say it's doing, but it then just resets itself. Let's see whether that's a display bug or whether or not it's actually happening.
Initiating long-range survey.
Yeah, it's definitely not doing it. I think what I'm going to have to do is force it to be a certain size and like only ever be that size. But if we do that, that means the border box. Oh, actually, no, it might not. Oh, but then it would have to, because we want the text to expand. Yeah, so that should be doing exactly what it says it's doing. So if I was to remove the canvas panel, then the border would fill the entire thing, which we don't want. We only want it to wrap the text. So that should be filling up the full 400 units of width. which it will do there. But that's always going to be full width depending on the size we give it, so that's not necessarily what we want. Any padding on that. Okay. Right, that's better. That's in the middle. Because the issue we would have with this is that this would always be the full width of the 400, which we don't want, because if it's just a tiny bit of text like that, then it's surrounded by a giant black box, which we don't want. I wonder if we can do it without using a border box, maybe. We don't want an editable one, do we? Just want a text box. Okay, so this can have a background color, which makes life a bit easier. They definitely will audibly speak. In fact, they have done in the past. It's just that the system we had for creating the audio spawns broke when we updated the NPC logic. We still do have the audio files that I recorded. In fact, I can show you. Maybe I can show you. I can't remember where I hid them now.
Full system scan complete. Waiting further orders.
So it's that one.
Full system scan complete. Waiting further orders.
So we've got the NPC dialogue in there. So that should be all the ones I recorded. Oh, keep forgetting they don't play if you double click them.
Performing initial system survey. Performing short range scan. Target received, navigating the ship. Next, target selected and sent to helm. Aye, sir, navigating the ship to the target system.
Yeah, so we've got the dialogue for the NPCs. I just need to get those audio files spawning for both host and client, and then that should be fine. You'll hear them speaking. So we'll delete that one, which will break the references, but we'll fix them afterwards. So that one I needed, maybe. See, I want a text box, but not an editable one. But that might be able to serve our purposes if we don't make it clickable. Okay, so we've got that. So we don't have a wrap option on this, but I think we do on the other type of box. Yeah, because that's just going to make us get huge. But I wonder if... Yeah, before we do that, let's just get rid of that one. Stick in that one. Okay. Wrap the text at 400 on that one. Fix them in a sec. See, we've got this weird behavior again, where it's not obeying the wrapping. So we've told it to wrap at 400. Okay. Let's see whether that behaves or not. Equally, I Actually, let's leave it a custom on screen. So 400 by 60. So I'll change that one to 400 by 60. See whether that, oh, actually that doesn't help, does it? Because I didn't connect the pins. In the advanced section, it's basically per character wrapping or per word. Obviously, per character is not going to help. It's good to know, Melissa. Okay, well that kind of suggests that it's wrapping at 400. Let's get them to do something and we shall see.
Initiating long-range survey.
Yeah, so that's done the same thing where it's collapsed the text. So no good. How hard is it just to have a text box that just behaves? Let's try this one again. So the multi-line one can't wrap, so that's going to be an issue. I guess it depends on what they're saying, because if they're not saying huge amounts of text, then it doesn't necessarily need to wrap. Let's just see what we can do with the visual appearance of it. So we want it to be a rounded box. Give it some edges, fixed radius, solid outline, which is 1 pixel. We want it to be mostly black. Paste that down. Right, and we want it to be anchored in the middle. Okay. Drop shadow, even though it's on a black background, because it's ever so slightly transparent. I think what we'll do is we grab that, actually just that, and when we set the text, we will make it visible. Except it will be not hit testable. And then after our 5 seconds, we will set the text to nothing, using the right one, of course. And then basically just make it collapsed, so it's gone. So the widget will only ever be visible for 5 seconds when you give it some text. Let's see how that performs. Okay, well it's not collapsing it, so that's good.
Initiating long-range survey.
Okay, so that delay needs to be a retriggerable delay. Because when they say 2 things in a row, it's overlapping. So we'll make that a retriggerable delay. So if they say something and then like half a second later say something else, it will change the text but re-trigger the delay. So the most recent text will be always the thing that lasts. Okay, so now that we've got that on there, we should also add it to the helm. In the same place. And then on the NPC dialog macro, we will just do exactly the same thing. I should just take that. Pop it in there. Obviously, once these are all real NPCs that can get up and walk around, there'll be one unified code base for all of them. So we won't need to split it 3 ways like we're doing now. So I need to obviously do the multiplayer part of this so that we send it off to player controller and get that to do a multicast RPC. I think what I'll do when we do that is we'll do a range check on the player to make sure that the player is within range of the bridge. Because otherwise, you'll see when it loads in, the text will be visible like from everywhere. Because it's being rendered in screen space. So like wherever you are on the ship, you'll see the text. So we need to make sure that it only renders for people that are actually on the bridge. Okay, so let's see what that looks like if we bring a captain in. So we should see them updating their various bits of text. In fact, if we accelerate that, all seems to be working. So what do you guys think? If obviously we'll put the chat bubbles there as an optional thing. But would you prefer having it as chat bubbles? Would you prefer having it in the log like you see it here? I mean, what would be your preference with this? Yeah, audio will come next for sure. Yeah, I'm kind of that way inclined as well, Kaji. I like to give like all the options. People can then kind of shape the game how they want to see it. Yeah, that's another one we can do, AJ. That's a good point actually, because as much as the audio is stereo, so if you're in, especially if you're wearing headphones, you can hear where the audio is coming from, but it's not like immediately obvious. So having a little icon, like a little speech icon, to show who's talking, yeah, that could definitely be useful. Yeah, speech bubbles seem to be working. Yeah, the only limitation with them is that at the moment they'll have no wrapping whatsoever, so we need to be kind of mindful of that when giving them text. Yeah. Okay, that works. Let's just see whether or not we can get around the wrapping issue, because being a text box, if you kind of like do a shift enter, you can actually force the text down onto the next line. It's not going to do it, is it? No, so it won't let us do that, but I think we're just going to have to be just mindful of the fact that we can't make them say things that are too long in one go, and if we want them to say multiple things, then maybe have it come up as multiple chat boxes, multiple refreshes of the chat box, basically. If we get rid of that, so there's nothing there. Actually, no. If we keep the test text there, and then we will make the default visibility collapsed. So when starting a game, it should be collapsed by default, so it shouldn't see it. And then, just to make sure that it's only rendering for people on the bridge. Let's do this per macro, basically. So get player camera manager. Get world location. Can we get? Yeah. Oop. Easier. Yeah. So we can get the location of the player's camera. And we can get actor location, so we can get the location of the NPC. So we get a distance towards those two, and if that is greater than, let's say, 10 meters. Might be a bit far, but need to make sure the helm can be heard from the bridge doors, basically. So you say further than 10 meters. Oops. Actually, let's do less than 10 meters. Then we'll spawn the chat. So it'll still come up in the chat box, but the actual speech bubble will only appear if you're within range. Let's just add that to all of them. I'll have a look in a sec, Delta. Okay, so we can't see anything right now. So let's accelerate everything and spawn a captain.
Initiating long range.
So let's make sure that the helm can be heard. Okay, well, I'm definitely more than 10 meters away. Did I put too many zeros on that? Yes, I did. I set that to 100 meters. That's too far. Yeah, we could use those. Yeah, Delta's suggesting something like this. I think we'll keep it classy with just the boxes. We could do like a little arrow maybe, but it would just be the square box, because the problem with something like this is making it scale properly with the text. Okay, so let's check that the helm
Initiating long
is in
range.
range. No, basically, but that does mean that it should be working. That's good. So the text boxes are not appearing as we would hope. So it's like, how close do we need to get? See, twice then, it didn't engage the FTL drive until I walked into the bridge. Huh. Well, that's odd. Let's make sure I can hear the helm from here. That's actually really strange. So the helm is essentially freezing until I go near them. There we go. That's really weird. Why would me being near them make a difference? Huh, that's weird. So if I'm stood here, okay, so the helm's obviously been given their orders. So like inch, 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 inch. know what's happening. It's because the output pin is obviously dependent on that, and of course I'm breaking that. So we need that bypass all the way through. I shall need to do a cleanliness pass on this. But then this is being replaced anyway when we do the server RPC, so it's a temporary problem. But yeah, that'll fix it. So they will be able to act independently now. I think that's what it was, Max. They just needed hand holding. I think you're right, Kaji. It's like, oh, the boss isn't on the bridge. Quick, stop working. Okay, so can we hear the helm from here? We need to be a bit closer. As long as we can hear them from the captain's chair, I guess that's kind of the important place. The range needs increasing slightly. I think what I'll do is I'll increase the range for the helm separately from the sensors, because obviously the helm is further away. So if we make the helm, where is it? 15 meters rather than 10. That just gives us an extra bit of breathing room for the helm NPC to be seen. And I think that is them working. So captain's in their chair.
Initiating long-range survey.
Yeah, I think that's it. There we go. So we got a working NPC captain and some dialogue boxes so that you can actually see what the NPCs are doing. And before we put this out in the demo update, I'll make sure I add that to the options. We've got a few things which do need adding to the options as toggles. So yeah, I'll make sure that's one of them. Thank you, AJ. Fun as always. Okay, so I'll yeah, I can't think of any reason why this can't go out as a dev build now, so I'll type up my notes and stick this one out, and you can have fun with autonomous captains running your ship. So I guess one of the things that we need to test actually once this goes out is play as a sensor specialist or play as the helm and see see how it feels with those orders coming through. Obviously, we don't have a flashy button yet to say that an order has arrived, but you should now be able to sit there in the chair with an NPC captain giving you tasks and things to do. So that'll be an interesting one. At this point, I can now walk away from the bridge and have literally nothing to do with it whatsoever, and the game will run its mission. So it will explore star systems, it will look for Earth-like worlds specifically, and the bridge crew can now do that autonomously, which is great. That's kind of the full loop. So yeah, exciting stuff. Alright, well, have a great week ahead, everyone, and I shall see you all on Wednesday for more of the same. Not sure what we'll be doing Wednesday yet, but we'll think of something fun to do, I am sure. Alright, have a good one, everyone, and bye for now.